welcome to the stream. And you know what? I actually just realized that one of my lights is off, so that means my green screen is going to be all fucked up. But let me go ahead and get logged into the game, so we can squeeze our way onto the queue, before we get into it. But today is exciting, as we are embarking on a new journey into a storyline, the Ivalice raid. Ivalice, one of those. There we go. And so Sotek said, "Let there be light." Where are we on the goal? I believe we are healthily into the 6K range. That reminds me, I need y'all's help with something, chat. I need us to come up with a suitable goal for 6.5K, because we're actually very close already to 6.5K, and I didn't design any rewards between 6 and 10 because I was like, we're not gonna get there. So thing is, we got there. So yeah, we need to do things. But how is everyone? Hello, good to see you, Thormag, Chunky Nurgling on YouTube, no less. How are you, good sir? Good to see you. Cornshima, hello. Hawk, of course. Lord Vorn. Godzilla Rex, hello. Cottonhead Tier, first stream. Yet you don't have the first time chatter message. Mysterious. But welcome. Thank you so much for coming by. Tech27, good to see you. Hello. Alex, of course. Good to see you. Oh, you're already in position. Look at you. Did I save the Namazu? I did save the Namazu. Okay, so here is today's plan. Today's plan is quite simply Ivalice. Why were you worshiping Nurgle on Sunday? That's the thing about worshiping Nurgle. Unfortunately, you do it on his time frame, not your own. Scion, thank you so much for the super chat. Was just taking in the Total War Warhammer channel. I assume you mean talking. In the Total War Warhammer channel about Bellicor and Demons of Chaos, you should really make a video to start putting pressure on CA to actually fix the Demons of Chaos, make them actually fun to play. You're right, I should. Also, I do have to give some props that are mildly terrifying, I will be honest, to Scion, because Scion has successfully bribed Andy Law, the one and only, into doing a playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. It's true. The word has reached me. I was actually helping Andy get his stream setup done earlier today. So I sat with him and helped him get his OBS figured out and all that stuff. But Andy is going to be embarking on his own journey through Final Fantasy XIV here in the near future, which means I get to help. And it gives more excuses for us to do nonsense, to run around with him and play games, which is awesome. Which is gonna be crazy. That's gonna be absolutely fucking crazy. So that is gonna be a really fun time. I look forward to when Andy is going to start doing that. Yeah, bonkers. So as for today, we are not wasting any time, my dudes. We're not doing dailies. We're not doing hunts. We're not doing beast tribes. We're doing none of it. We are jumping straight into the raid storyline, because that is what today's stream is about. It was what we were going to do yesterday's stream about, but then we got caught up doing Heaven's Word nonsense, and we were also doing nonsense with the Namazu, and yada yada. Things happen. So, we're here now, and I thank you all for taking the time to join me. And without further ado, we're on White Mage, because technically I still consider this part of the Stormblood storyline. So I'm going to be doing this on my Stormblood canonical career, which is White Mage. We'll be switching to Reaper probably in we'll probably switch to Reaper in like 4.4, I think is when we'll switch to Reaper. But let's get into it. Here we go. I'm sure if he goes all, you can bribe both Andy and Sojek to worship Biggie. You know, we were game's a little loud. Okay, I'll turn it down a bit. We were having a bit of a laugh. Me and Andy were about that. We've always kind of joked about the whole like doing the end times, doing like a full rewrite of the end times, and we were like, oh, like we should ask for some horrifically stupid number that nobody would ever like, the community could never reach. But you know, over the last month or so, I think we have been somewhat humbled to the point where we go, I don't know. I don't know if we're as untouchable as we think we are. All right. Anyway, here we go. Thank you all for joining, and let's get into it. Welcome, my lord. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Is that? You're familiar, I think. Huh. Correspondent for the Raven. This isn't the chick from the no, this is not the same reporter from the Hildebrand storyline, right? This is a different one. This is a different reporter character. I don't think I've met her before. I think she just reminds me of the Hildebrand reporter. All right, anyway, here we go. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lina Morila. That's interesting. She almost has like a Lalafell name. I am Lina Morila, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come! I found him! Ooh, we got a new music theme. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. How mysterious. Are you calling my top slutty? Listen, if I looked like this, you could bet that I would be showing off all that hard work. I think it's only right for Dalkaris to show off, flaunt what he's got. I'm proud of him, and he should be proud of himself. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here. It's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate Guard Minigomo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him if you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming, Darkaius. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. That do be a Garlean airship, alright. A fucking huge one at that. Almost looks like a Tyranid bioform. Interesting joint. Some kind of theater production? They got thespians and tragedians. Man, I just finished reading the first Genevieve book, and this is like, oh my god, it's giving me like Genevieve flashbacks. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone and they will readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts, who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options. Compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose the 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Olma Bas Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomus Sin Lexentale. Mayhap you have heard already of my father's latest play, The Zodiac Brave Story. On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention, but beneath it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned class appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the senses robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Allow me, Lena. Sid, what are you doing here? I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give you her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I am trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself, whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Dolmen who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father, in Garlean territory no less? But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So, what say you? I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Now that you understand the full nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insights where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. Ironically, Sid's appearance here was supposed to be back and forth with the A-Man raid of the Omega raid, so the dialogue can be a little weird sometimes. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. The music here comes from both Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII. Oh, neat. That means nothing to me, but neat. What's my favorite OST in 14 so far? Ooh, I don't know all the names of them, so that's really hard for me to say. The full soundtrack for when you fight Needhog is like baller, like the big finale fight for Heavensward. That one's pretty good. That sticks in my brain. I think the final fight for Omega also had a really good soundtrack, if memory serves. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita does seem more accurate. I feel like that's how the Japanese would want to pronounce the name. Oh, it is Delita. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't think I'd spell it that way if I actually wanted to pronounce it that way, but that does seem like how they would want it pronounced based on how they spelled it. So, okay, cool. But without whom, Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell. The true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero. According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard of anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nangxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. My father called them Auracite, and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12! It's magnificent! Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather Auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the Auracite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was almost as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness? Or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Hello? Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I've known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color his judgment. You're lucky to have him. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland. But at the time, I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city. Long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that that is where he has returned. Now, you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Dalcarius' capable hands. He has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant him yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Okie dokie. Must consume egg. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold my judgment until after Dalmasca. Hey, Hugh, good to see you. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but it would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. Take us in! It's nice being on a Garlean airship that isn't trying to murder the fuck out of us for once. Refreshing. Nice change of pace. I look like a giant monster on this couch. Hey, Snotling, what's up? Snotling, we're about to start Ivalice raids if you want to join us. We'll complete our descent into Rabanastra in the shuttle. You're just a little one. You gotta stay here. Ramza! I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. Bro, you should be assigning a guard to watch her. Have you never seen any media about when you leave behind a child that wants to go on the adventure? They always sneak off and cause more problems. I know the overall fantasy that you might... No, I love all of fantasy, except the Rise of Nagash trilogy, or the Nagash trilogy. That is garbage. That's true. Hopefully, as you go into it, you will come to understand why I hate it so. Because it's garbage. Of the highest order. Absolute garbage. Terrible garbage. According to my father, Rabanastra was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. Oh, okay, guys, give me just a... there's a call I have to take. I will be a few minutes. Wow, it's already 8 o'clock. Jesus Christ. So I'm gonna take this call. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Very sorry about that. I have a friend who lives over in New Mexico, and he he only calls me like maybe once every 3 to 6 months. And I knew he was gonna call today. But it's like, you know, whatever. So yes, Cherson is back in the background. We can now continue. Thank you all for your patience. Apologies for the delay there. Sign the Emperor, what dramatic moment are you most excited to see Andy experience from Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and Stormblood? I am curious. I'm interested to see Andy's reaction to the feast from Realm Reborn. Actually, the one I'm really interested about is I really want to see Andy's reaction to the reveal, like all the big reveals behind the Dragon Song War. Like who started it, everything that happened with the Elder Dragons and all that stuff. I have no idea how he's gonna react to all that nonsense. I really want to see his reactions to Xenos as well. I think he's gonna really like Xenos as a character. And then Simon, thank you for the other super chat. What do you think? Who do you think will be Andy's favorite Scion? What character do you think he'll end up particularly loving and hating? I'm very curious as to what he'll think of Xenos in particular. Me too. I think he'll like Xenos a lot because Xenos is just a really fun villain. And he's very bombastic. I think it's hard sometimes. Sometimes Andy really dislikes super tropey stuff, and sometimes he really likes tropey stuff. And it's very difficult for me to predict how he's gonna react to things. I've actually found myself with a pretty paltry hit record when it comes to whether or not he's gonna like or dislike something. So I don't know. I think he'll like Y'shtola. I think he'll like I think he'll really like Hildebrand. I think he'll like Hildebrand a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be very interesting to see. I think that actually might help me get a better batting average when it comes to the things that he likes and dislikes. But we'll have to see. I'm looking forward to it. All right, where were we? Okay. According to my father, Rabanastra was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then, your father believes that Rabanastra sits atop the royal city of Lesalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pah! You're kinda all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Hey, Hippopotamus, how you doing? Good to see you. It's very empty out here for such a thriving city. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report out to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. What did Dalcaria see that I didn't? Is there someone watching us? There is someone watching us. Oh. You see? It is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? Bro, we got lizard people? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool! Do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of light. Who the hell are those guys? The royal city of Rabanastra is now available. So it begins! Who all is coming along? Alright, if you're coming for the Ivalice raids, get your booties in here. Please make sure that you have at least a level 70 character and you have all of the stuff open, or you have all the prerequisites ready to go. The more people we have, the faster we can find random people. And thank y'all again for your patience. I apologize. I hadn't talked to Jacob in far too long. Anyone else for first Ivalice raid thing? Final checks. If I wasn't working out on another data center, I'd hop on. Ah, it's all good. I mean, we got what, seven people? That's pretty good. That's a pretty good group. All right. Hawk, are you coming? He didn't respond. Hawk! Wonder if he's had to step away. Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and just send him invite. Sean DeWolf! How you doing, broski? He said something about food a little bit ago. I'd rather not do it without him. Actually, I have a good number of buddies online. Doing Ivalice for first time. Checking for anyone else that wants to join for 24 man. There's Hawk. Someone streaming Final Fantasy 14 who I don't need to ask when's the last time you had food. Yeah, no, I take care of myself. There's Hawk. Oh, we got Tiny Stinkaroo. Look at that. Now there's a party. All right, everyone, grab your rolls. Ready, check. So it begins. Because I had a monster energy and a cough drop 2 hours ago. Dude, VTubers are the fucking worst, dude. They are terrible. VTubers are like, well, I inhaled a few particles of dust and I consumed 10,000 grams of caffeine. Does that count as eating? Bunch of little bastards. Sign of the Emperor, hopefully you'll have time to at least make a start on Pugilist Amongst Us tonight after the raids are done. Well, that'll depend on how long the raid series is, but possibly, hopefully. I mean, what, the raid arc was, or the Void arc series was only 3 parts. Okay, it looks like their Realm Reborn was 3 parts, Heaven's Word was 3 parts. I'm assuming this will be 3 parts as well, but there is a lot of cutscenes between each part. But also not wrong. Yeah. Ooh, that wasn't too bad at all. Let's go. Look at all the friends we have. This is exciting. Wild chocobos. And thank you for the super chat, Simon. The royal city of Rabanastra. We do have an army of people. Heyo! Before us lies the royal city. My father is somewhere inside. I can feel it. These are no ordinary birds. Woo! Something foul prevents our crossing. Where its numbing breath. You do not fear me. You will. Oh, he summons ice soldiers? Three in each puddle, okay? Well, you're not in my group, I can still throw you some heals. Ice slaves. Oh, Kremlo's getting fucked up. Freeze, dark waters! Still my body's resolve. Go ahead and pop ourselves a lucid dreaming. Let the ichor flow. Let it birth the mire that will drown mine enemies. That's a lot of toads. Toxin begins to spread through your body. It's becoming hard to breathe. Okay. Oh shit! Okay. Oh, you have to get in the bubbles. I see. Where's the button I'm looking for? Where's my fucking... There it is. God, I hadn't played healer in too long. I'm trying to remember where all my shit is. Lucid dreaming. Oh, we got him. Nice. Okay, that was fun. Yeah, whatever. It might be odd, old/odd in context. What's your take on AI game and what's your take on AI in game dev or mod dev? I think AI in very, very limited contexts can be a useful tool, but I don't think it should ever be used for creative works. So I don't think it should be used for anything other than maybe like checking work. I would much prefer that as much work as possible is done by humans. I'm generally not supportive of giving jobs to AI or like trying to replace as many people with AI as possible, but I also acknowledge that sometimes it's worth it to look for new tools. Holy shit! That chocobo summoned a fucking meteor on us. My father mentioned the Empire might use their might to put down rebellions within the city. But this destruction is too widespread. What if that creature we fought earlier? Another one of the twisted others. This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here. Let me get markers. Okay. Without order, creation is doomed to descend into chaos. I will bring that order. You will kneel. My dude's got giant blade hands. Oh, okay, he's on the move. To maintain order, one must first have control. Oh, damn. Kill me. This is not a good place to rest! Sweet baby Christ. This dude really likes summoning pillars. Oh! Ha! I need to zoom out more. I'm not sure what the point of the little thingamajiggers is. Oh, he's got ads. I'm gonna be honest, I had zero fucking idea what was happening through about probably a good 50% of that fight. More bandits. Despite other creatures we've encountered, I know not whether they are brave or foolish. Seasoned Sikh bandits. A triple, or no, two chimeras and a demon thing. Get paralyzed, idiots. Oh wait, no, stun has no effect. Shit. Oh no, the chimeras can be stunned. Okay. It's not totally useless. I'm so bad that fight. I am too, but that's because I don't. That's like, that will always be one of my biggest criticisms of this game, is that the game does not allow you to know what the fuck is gonna happen before you're in the fight. Like, it's just like, figure it out, idiot. And you're like, well, like, Like, I understand people are like, oh, well, spoilers. It's like, I don't fucking care about spoilers once I'm in the dungeon. Like, once I'm in the dungeon, I should be able to, like, have question marks, I guess, for the boss until I get there. But there should be, like, a little tab that lets me, like, read what the fuck is happening. Welcome to the Garamsith Waterway. These tunnels are said to have existed even before Dalmasca was born. As the city grows, channels are widened and new outlets dug. I would venture some of the pools are so deep no one alive has ever seen their bottoms. Down we go. Sky Pirate Scrawlings? What do these say? Only in a leap will he prove his worth. Okay. It feels like a reference to... I feel like there's a lot of reference material here. Alright, new teleportation crystal unlocked. And in the water we go! Blah, 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 blah. Whoa! This place looks fucking cool! These ruins! We're no longer in Rabanastra, my friends. This is Lesalia. The Lesalia of Ivalician legend. Damn, look at that. The creatures here are no mere beasts of void scent. The secrets that lie beyond must be ones worth keeping. That's a man on a living chariot? Fuck! What army marches on... who? Rofokal's Demence! Oh no, it's not a... it's kind of a chariot, but not, because it's a living creature. Ill fortune before those who gaze upon me. I just love when you have the bosses that attack like half the entire fucking battlefield. An inescapable hell awaits you all! Oh, okay. My man summoning blades out of the ground. Oh, that's a cool attack. My man's doing figure 8 patterns. I walk the shadows. You will not see me until my lance has transfixed your very soul. Cool story, bro. I'm gonna go over here. Oh. Sound the horns of battle! Soldiers, to me! I'm guessing I want to be inside one of these cages. Whoa, okay. The heavens tremble in my wake. I'm gonna get behind the tank doing the cool thing. Everyone's popping all of their damage mitigation. It's very spooky. The Arasite! Gaze upon its undying brilliance! ha! Even a hound knows what to try and tell. Would you have us think you less than chattel? Writhe in the land's embrace. Oh, interesting. That tech makes you more vulnerable. Okay. Oh, shit. Run, run, flee, flee! Xantarvis, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're having a lovely day. We're fighting the boss right now. This is my first time in Ivalice, and it's a bumpy ride. Ah, shit. My dude loves making copies of himself. Up off my tank. Oh. Thank you for the raid again. Right click on the darkness. Okay. Fuck. Shield. Ah, to die a good death. Ooh, a card. Nope, we got a cutscene. I love Discord being messy. Hi, I'm sorry if you did several raids. That's okay, dude. You're alright. You're just in time for the final boss, I think. Who the hell is this guy? Okay. My man used Aura Sight to turn into, what's his face from Pokemon?
Who dares disturb the slumber of Argath Fadalfos, rightful king of Ivalice?
Rightful king of Ivalice.
Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
Deoxys, that's cool. Like how all of his limbs and bits are attached. Oh, the coffer belongs to another player. Well, why can't I open it?
It is to be a fight then. I am only too happy to oblige.
I love when bosses have voice acting.
Like sheep before the wolf.
Fuck. Good music.
I am Revelation!
The voice of God commands you to turn
You
away.
will be judged.
All right, I will turn away then.
Kneel and repent.
Crawl forth from the shadows, my pet. Oh, he's got a dog? Does he got a dog? Ugh, what the fuck? Shades, huh?
You are but blood to stain the circle. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
Oh, interesting. He's got like another face on his shoulder. Crystals now? Okay. He's
You
just
do not
charging out.
belong in my world. Step into nothing.
Ha! You have yet to witness the horror
I am
sights.
the lies upon which you sup.
I really don't like when his face takes over my screen. The voice of God commands you to flee and
You
not
will be
stop.
judged.
I'm fleeing, I'm
The
fleeing.
world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
That was almost really bad.
You are but blood to stain the circle. I am Revelation!
Stop doing that! Turn away.
You will be judged. I am Revelation!
Turn away.
You will be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Oh my god, that move is... Oh. Oh, I'm in so much trouble. Oh. Fuck, I didn't make it. Oh, man, that direction is difficult. When he lies, do the opposite of what he commands? Red mask means he's lying. Okay, that's spooky. See if I can revive some peeps here. I gotta throw down a bunch of
Who is
heals.
the dog who bares his teeth before his master?
We're gonna swift cast. Okay, looks like everyone's back.
The gods have no eyes for cattle. Like sheep before the wolf.
Zodiac Thriller, down he goes. My man's got high heels.
Where am I? This body. It is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Save me, Ramza, save me. Nice. New victory theme. Well, unique victory theme. The royal city of Rabanastra complete. Wow, that was a wild ride. Need. Oh, I got something. Nice. Pass. Pass and pass. Yay, I got a goodie. Ultima's transformation. So I think with the super chat, the boss's design would be fantastic for a Slaaneshi champion or demon prince. It'd have to be a demon prince. That would be way too crazy for a regular champion. That would almost certainly have to be a demon prince. Cannot wait for Andy's reaction to the Namazu. Andy will love the Namazu. Okay, so who is this guy? Oh no, okay, it's his dad, I think. Maybe? I'm suspicious. Where am I? Father! Ramza! And the Warrior of Light! Yes, I know of you. But that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. What is happening? Who are these guys? Oh, they're like crocodile men? God, they're giving me like Kremling vibes. The term you're looking for is thank you. On which note, I, Bagamnan, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the Arasite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red, and be quick. Yikuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she will bring it to me. Oh, it looks like the symbol of Slaanesh. Ugh. Yes! This is it! The Duma! And to think we found it so close to Doma! The Duma of Doma! Wahahaha! Oh my god! Did he just shoot that guy for making a pun? Relatable. Enough, Bwagi. We would not have our guests think us underbred. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course. Abanga is always true to his word. I would be keeping this, though. Father! You've only got yourselves to blame for this. But if you mislike the thought, you can always blame the gods. Not that they're listening. Get up, fool. We're leaving. He's not dead? Alright, so that one is obviously an idiot. Okay, so either they regenerate like motherfuckers or they can shrug off bullets. You're going to be alright. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. All right. Father rescued, so that's good. Biofoot, damn, I loved Final Fantasy 12. The Gambit system was dope. Very cool. They look like a Skaven and a Crocscore Mist. That is a very accurate description. Biofoot, could you give a list of the good things that went well and the bad things that need work and ugly things that cannot be saved for Path to Glory Season 2? Ooh, off the top of my head, the good, I think, was the diversity of factions and also the diversity of missions. Though I do think there needed to be objective play just because there's too many units and systems that rely on there being objectives. So if there's no objectives, it can be overly punishing for those people. Other good is that I like the teams. I think having the team system was fun. Because even if you weren't necessarily doing the best yourself, you kind of had some other folks to celebrate your wins and losses with and kind of coordinate with, so that was pretty cool. I liked how those of us, myself, that were very, very busy, didn't have to invest a ton of time into what the teams and stuff were doing. We could kind of just play our games and move on. And then the bad, things that need work. So I would say missions need work. There were a couple of them that weren't that great. And like I said, I feel like most missions need to have some form of objective added to them so that units that have objective-based rules and control matters in almost every single game. I think it should be rare that the control stat means nothing in a game, as opposed to almost always. I also think that we definitely need to put some careful restraints on the Anvil of Apotheosis characters and the Regiments of Gyran to ensure that people don't just accelerate to taking the highest value version as quickly as possible. For things that can't be salvaged, I definitely think that the bombards just need to be banned full out. I think the bombards were designed way too poorly, and they don't have nearly enough drawbacks, and they're grotesquely over-reliable. And it's like, we would either have to completely overhaul and redo their rules, but I think it'd be easier to just ban them. I also think that... I mean, I have mostly only positive things to say. But I also think that, I think Anvil of Apotheosis characters and Regiments of Gyran should probably have to be approved before they can be taken. So, like, someone can design one and then it has to go under approval under the judges, just to make sure that it's not completely toxic. Like, it's relatively fair. So, like, it's killable. It doesn't need, like, nothing but 2s and 2s at -3 rend for D3 plus 3 damage, and it's mortaling on 6s and critting on like crit mortals and stuff like that. So, like, making sure they stay reasonable. So, like, seeing approvals. And then the last thing I would say is that excuse me. The last thing I would probably say... no, I guess that's everything. I don't think there's anything else that... I also think it'd be worth having the judge team sit down and go over all of the paths just to check for any particularly egregious ones. Like, I didn't see it until my last game, but some of the paths from the core book especially, I think have a couple of nasty things snuck in there. Like the Path of the Defender having a rule where it's like every time you take damage, you ignore 1 point of damage, which is grotesquely overwritten. It should be errataed for our group to be like the standard rule for everyone else, which is that it ignores the first wound each phase. I think the first point of damage each phase is fair. The first point of damage every time you take damage is utterly ridiculous. That definitely should not be allowed. I think it'd be worth going through all the potential paths, but I think the core rulebook ones are most likely to be the ones that are going to be busted. But I think it might be worth just going through them to check, make sure there's none that are like particularly egregious. I missed one. Science said. Of what you played so far, what job storylines do you think Andy will like the most, and which do you think he'll like the least? I think based on the ones I've played so far, I think he would like Summoner the least. I think he would like Dark Knight. Or, I think he'd probably like Dark Knight the most. I can also see him liking Dragoon a lot. Dragoon has a really good system. Alright, anyway, let's get into this. Alright, Hugh, have a good one, dude. Denomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you into such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genovis. Besides, it was Dalkarius here who went through all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's him. He is right. I have done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying Orosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Ysael and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Sharlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? Yeah, I saw his third eye gem thingamajigger. The legend would have us believe that Delita Heriol, the commoner who would be king, was the sole heir of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from the subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalician legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Ulma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose, my family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sin Lexentail, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Eraslam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions, which details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Orin Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Orin found himself in the service of the Papa become king. Following the War of the Lions, Orin believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai Papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them. Wow, this smacks of the Heavenward storyline, but okay. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles? A secret family legacy? Not that I doubt you, Genomus. But how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth a chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago, but alas, it is not. The Durai Papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastra turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters. I'm afraid so. Everything we have learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated pages. And, of course, my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth, if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will grow only tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastra with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. Auracite. Isn't Auracite the name of the gem we use to trap the Ascian? Or like shoot the Ascians with to permakill them? Dude, Genomus looks like Pedro Pascal fused with Owen Wilson. He looks like you take those two and smack them together. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Dalcarius, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you. More songs. Lore master of someone? That is, I guess, technically what you could call me. Dalcarius, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Ulma's summons? Principal Lexentail's research into the Auracite may finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. It's artificial Auracite, which is based on the Auracite from Dalmasca. Oh, interesting. Man, the artificial shit's pretty strong already. Dalcarius, Lady Marilla, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right you be present to hear her findings. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on the mystery. Whoa. Man, there are so many good-looking dragon girls in this game. God damn. That's not a Mikoto. Or no, Mikoto is, man. God. Mikote. That's what I'm thinking of. Damn, girl. You got style and a pretty face. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a dolmen. Though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here, you must be Dalcarius Adracia, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Girl, I am like 6'8". What are you on about? I don't want to hear that from some tiny ass... Whatever. Lucky you're cute. Let us speak of the crystal. The Otius, one of but many Auracite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to the Regent. Man, she's got nice legs. Those legging things she's got are very nice accents. My apologies. The Otius is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone, whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distant frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the Academy, it will only earn you blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. Face. My apologies. I merely thought... Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. God, what a fucking nerd. Simpler, right. Ether is not only the building blocks of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena, and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which can only emit elemental energies, Arasite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Try again. She's like, how much do I have to dumb it down for you people? Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the Arasite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fomentation? Hey, Trickster, what's up? How you doing, brother? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the OTS takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Ah, yes. Yes, that is simpler. Sister! Sorry. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. That is super fucking dangerous. There being one marked difference. A primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Arasite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. That is super dangerous. Okay. We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Yet the Argath encounter during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Arasite in his possession making realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Arasite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Arasite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Dalcarius, put to the sword. Keep that girl away from that thing. Then you are saying the crystal could prove a threat? The Arasite, and not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Arasite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus's justification for making the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature, that they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however. Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. Bye, Sid. I'll see you in the Omega thing that I've already done in the past. Bye-bye. What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside Otius? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Yo, is their mom in the crystal? Or like did their dad like manifest their mom into the crystal? Ramza, why won't you... Shall we speak of voices then? What of yours, Alma, our resident voice of dissent? You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? Yo, why don't you chill the fuck out, dude? No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Bro, why... why did they bring a Moogle on the ship? Please, tell me you can see that. Why is there a Moogle here? Moogle. That's a bit of a weird looking palm on that Moogle. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until we all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this Montblanc. The name is Montblanc. Denizen of Dalmasca's deserts, seeker of thrills and venture extraordinaire, But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot of myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Banga, and the Vieira might live in relative harmony with Hyur, Elysian, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Mughal population. Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. A Mughal? Of course I'm a Mughal, Kupo. You think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away? Now, about my admission to the majestic... I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Megan start crying. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, Father. Very well, then. Mont Blanc? Oh. Very well, then, Mont Blanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically, hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then that I realized I either had to be a part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Mughal. Oh my god, there's more of them. Was this the realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? My god, there's Mughal drama. Paddy! How did you... Perhaps you'd have more success in running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are, professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember, to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of some fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. And that destination is what? Mama? Are you sure it's not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother asking, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. That is where you are truly mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. Kupo, enough! Beta Goblins, thank you so much. The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need a proof of valor before it could even consider. Craven? Call me a cheat and call me curb, but do not, sir, call me Craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I should know such. You are all here as witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Smaba, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day! He hit him with the good day, sir. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do we do? We do nothing. That Batmull wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoe. I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is Mulbat, and I should warn you, Mughals do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set up for this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. Darkarius, you are the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and his companions, Mont Blanc would have likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth. Meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Mughal in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse. The things he said, or the way the principals sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it's none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Mughal before he does something we'll all regret. Let's say we start nearby, pier number 2, perhaps. You saw the poor Mughal? He won't last a day on his own. You must find him and bring him back, I beg of you. Shortly after arriving here, I was presented with a study which suggested that consuming large quantities of honey improved brain function. The results were so compelling that I almost felt moved to try. That is, until I saw the work had been commissioned by one of Eorzea's foremost confectioners. It made me long to return to Charlier. Forgive me, is there aught else you wish to speak? Oh, she's fucking adorable, dude. Got a boot Crimlow? Okay. How do I... Nope. There we go. How do I get to Pier 2? Wait, do I have to go down to Kugane? Oh, yes, okay. We need to go to Pier 2. Nope. The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yanshan out of Belfast. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuck to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc! Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. to Namai. Thoughts on this alliance raid so far? It's interesting. It's moving along at a pretty aggressive clip, which is nice. It's kind of cool, where it's kind of like, oh, there's an ancient lost city that everyone thought is a myth, but no, you got these Garleans that are descendants. I'm curious where there definitely seems to be something kind of up with the brother. Considering what the Arasite can do, I would not let him touch that shit. Because, especially if the one that they have on the ship is empty, or at least close to empty, that means one of those kids could, like, accidentally pour their desire into it, and it's basically a wish nuclear bomb, which is not ideal. You get damage over time, and you get damage over time. Are they immune to stun? Oh, you little bastards. You little big bird-headed bastards! How dare you ignore my stuns? That's cheating! They're cheating! The fucking cheating bastards! They're scary? No, they ain't! Those stupid fucking birds just cheated! Ain't nothing scary about fucking cheaters, it's disgraceful. Red Chocobo non-flashbacks? They were just meteors! There were so many meteors! Alright, I'm wise to your bullshit this time. Oh, they can be stunned. I guess they just ignored it because I, like, overspammed it. Nope, not falling for that again. Stop throwing meteors at me. It's annoying. Get blood lilied, idiot! Man, they really like spamming that meteor bullshit. Fucking dumbass birds. Mont Blanc! What were you thinking? Are you angry at the birds when you disturb? Because they're rude. Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Huddy and Ramza were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Kupo. How can I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Dalcarius here was alone when he liberated Alamigo? Not all wars are won on the front lines. But of course they are not! Every campaign needs its brilliant architect, the mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Mont Blanc, can be that mastermind. That was quick. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped sand scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Oh, I mean, okay. Sure, why not? Not really any good teleports. I'll just run, it's fine. Do 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 do. God! You bastards. Please! This ship is a place of peace. Release my sister, or you will answer to me. When the cat's away, put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Agamnan. Ah, the Arcite transformed him. You seek our help. You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never! Silence, Ramza. They have Olma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith. That's a very interesting turn. Only I can be an irredeemable dick to my sister. How dare you? Sibling dynamics if I've ever seen them. Alright, so I'm guessing their boss got transformed into something big and bad. This is all rather a lot to digest. But your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Arcite. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain? Man, she is pretty. They did such a good job with her design. after being emptied of Argas' will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether.
You're saying that crystal ate our captain?
Alex is right there. Alex is a married woman. I am not a homewrecker. How fucking dare you? How dare Dalkarius is not a homewrecker. He is an anti-NTR tag. He's not letting that shit in his house. Not his body, no. Only his soul. Only his soul, she says.
His soul?
Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beasts they are when they pulled a knife to your throat. Dude, if Ramza gets his hands on one of these crystals, he is gonna turn into, like, the worst fucking thing in the world. First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is... Oh, wait. First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. If it looks like a Garlean, it bitches like a Garlean. Boy, is it a Garlean.
The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better.
Your failings?
30 summers have come and gone. Yet not a night goes by that I do not wake and sweat at the memory.
We were Fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 9th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale, and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Oh, that's sad. These ain't no pirates.
Montgomery was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Wrestler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress, and thence to safety. But things did not go as planned. Okay, so that's the guy we saw turn into the first boss. So he's the guy we saw that turned into the... What's his face? I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms. But a stone's throw from where the Garamseath waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive. For as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap upon us.
Yeah, that was actually very, very nice sketch art. I really like these guys. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Bagamnan is a little different from that which drove Algath, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma.
Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian.
She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one.
Garlean lies!
What they say is true. If we do not find Bagamnan and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea of where he might have gone? Any at all?
Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal.
A clue!
Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it. Until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is.
Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is! It says Ridorana.
The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less.
There is a place on the Valnerd Sea, far to the south of Rabanastra, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a malm across, the Riduranan Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the hell of water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. Oh my god,
It's the Maelstrom!
it's Count Noctilus!
I must admit to knowing little of Ridurana, save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the Abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. Our studies reveal that Ridurana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnerd Sea, and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeeps abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers.
Yes, but the real question is how all this ties in with Ivalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ridurana. Yet it seems foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilsabarian text with our translations of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridurana. And while mention of the Valnerd Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters.
Ramza's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist,
There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. The Ridurana lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared. Of course. Ship, take us out! To the galleon's graveyard! That's a real squat, boxy lighthouse. Ridurana Lighthouse. It's more like a mashed together apartment complex. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties. One to delve into the tower's depths and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard.
Damn it, brother! Where are you?
Oh wow, we actually get to explore a bit. Ooh, ominous soundtrack.
Where in the king's name are you hiding, Captain?
Don't worry, Captain.
This lot are with us. They won't hurt you.
Use the spyglass to search for Bagamnan. This place does look pretty annihilated and abandoned. This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for signs of Bagamnan. The Banga captain is somewhere on the island. Find him before it is too late. Oh, sweet Jesus. I get to, like, look around fucking everywhere. Found him.
You found him? Let me see. He needs our help.
Prince Rasler, Princess Sashila,
I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I am so sorry. Agamemnon, wait! Ooh. Traitors! Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland! You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help.
What is that?
I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess?
The Duma!
It has him, Kupo! It's showing him what he wants to see! Witch! Murderous!
I recognize that bitch. Oh, shit! Gunfire. Whoo! Wow, that's like the first time my character has ever blocked a bullet.
Agamemnon!
So, this is the end.
Recite the words. Satisfy the covenant. Relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world.
Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast.
Look at me, brother! Look at me!
In sword etched he his fading memories.
Don't you die! Not yet!
In stone his tempered skill.
We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here!
My sword attested, by stone revealed.
That light! Where have I seen it before? Oh no. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not good. Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? Well. Run, run, Fliffy! It is as we feared then. Agamemnon's soul is lost.
Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Bagamnan is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction.
Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest. We are meddling with forces beyond... Dude. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Darkarius was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse.
And?
And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gog.
Who?
The whatwork city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gulg was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away.
Well, the Durai papers do not say a great deal more. They do mention that the land upon which this legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason the land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that would still not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could have gone well unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. That would explain why there is no mention of Ridurana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest? Of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part of the displaced citizens of Gulg. Oh, that's kind of cool. This could be like the origin point of all Garleans. It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron, even before the discovery and application of Allegan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we could tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory. But to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridurana lighthouse stands atop what is left of... That necklace! Where did you get it, girl?
This? It was my mother's.
Your mother's?
It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why'd you ask?
Agamben had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears.
And? What are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother?
Neither! I spoke of their similarity, that is all.
Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. Kobe Byrne, hey, how you doing? We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. The read-a-run of Lighthouse is now accessible. Lighthouse time! Oh, jeez. Normally, I do not want to spoil mechanics, give hints for them, since most of them are easy to tell when you see it once or twice. But when we kill the second boss, I'm going to DM you something specific for the third boss, since there's one specific mechanic that might break your brain if you try to do it yourself. If you want to go completely blind, I'm blinded in this shit. I ain't taking help now. I'm gonna figure it out. Anyone else wanting to join for Ivalice? Going into Lighthouse. Final check for anyone wanting to join. Alright, Starling, thanks so much for joining us. They're done to do it again? Yeah, thanks so much for the help. Ooh, 10-minute wait. Okay. We could go do some other stuff while we're waiting. Oh, let's go do our dailies. Let's get our dailies out of the way while we're hanging out. Oh, Kobe Burn, do you want to come on the... Are you wanting to come on the, thing? Are you wanting to come on the raid? On your way. Okay, cool. Let me know when you're good, and I'll send you an invite. Save the Namazu, bro. The Wicker Man plotline was excellent. That was so fucking funny. Is the son gonna be the final boss? My money is actually on the daughter right now. I think the daughter's gonna end up being the final boss. I think the son is a red herring. I think they're doing like the, oh, look how racist he is. Ooh, he's so speciesist. He's such a dick. But I think the daughter's gonna end up being the more desperate one. That's gonna accidentally unleash something. It's definitely one of the two of them, but my money's on the daughter. Kobe Burn, I'm pretty sure you're already on my friends list as well, so just send me like a little ping when you get on. Oh, it's his whiskers. I always think it's his big whiskers. Yeah, we'll definitely finish the raid tonight, though. We're just gonna do the whole thing in one sitting. Luckily, the raids aren't too bad. Like, there's a decent amount of dialogue, but they're not awful by any stretch. And this one feels like it's actually less time-consuming than Void Ark was. I could be misremembering, but I feel like Void Ark had significantly more, like, back and forthing. Other than the Namazu, which of the tribes do you think Andy will like the most? What do you think he'll think of each of them? I think he'll probably like almost all of them, because they all have some like really fun cultural explorations. They're not like perfect, but they're pretty decent. His whiskers. Okay, cool. The 24 mans in general only get one raid like every 2 patches, so they add a lot of dialogue. They do certainly have a lot of dialogue. Ray's here? Excellent. Ray. Alright. God damn it, I can't spell. Come on, Hawk. The good news, Lagslot, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well and having a great night, my dude. The good news is they brought in the writer for Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII for the Ivalice storyline. The bad news is they brought in the writer for Final Fantasy Tactics for the Ivalice storyline. Okay, he's ready. Oh, nice. I do love them short waits. But let's see. Looking at tribes, I think he'll enjoy. I don't think he'll love any of the Realm Reborn tribes. They're all pretty basic. I feel like he'd be more likely I feel like he might like the Amalja the most, potentially. I think he's really gonna like all of the Heavensward ones. I think all the Heavensward ones he's gonna enjoy. I think the Realm Reborn ones will be kind of like me. Do I have a favorite song right now? Right now. Rather unusually for me, I've actually been really enjoying the Snake Eyes song by Hako Spales from Hololive. That's kind of been a banger that I've been enjoying listening to. It's kind of like pump me up when I'm like on my way out to go do stuff. We will discover Bagamnan here within the lighthouse. I am certain of it. Did Bagamnan the Doomna give light to that foul creature?
Long has it been since I last gazed upon the open sky, the vermin who scurry beneath her.
Femfrit the Darkening Cloud.
Holy moly, okay. From brine we are born, and from brine we shall... from brine we are born, and to brine we shall return. It's like dust with water, like seawater, you get it? Let the crashing waves cleanse you of your sins.
My man is like if Aquarius was a muscular dude. Holy moly, okay. Okay, so if he starts throwing down water, you gotta get the fuck out of the way. Man, he's really like fucked that side of the battlefield in particular.
Oh, darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my reign.
And stay away from the giant vortexes.
You are my bow, you are my reign. I'm mixing things up now. Oh, fuck.
It's starting to rain! Ow. Okay. Need to pop all the bubbles. Oh shit! Woo! I forced my way out of it. Bring it down! Bring it down! Bring it down!
The night beckons once more. Blah, 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 blah.
That was a silly boss, especially because he kept slapping the same side. Ancient engraving. Low Secret Jays on board. The God Blade Bearer know you. This challenge tower challenges the sky. We're the Watcher. The Ward of Three waits. Soul still hungry. It's pattern. It is unmistakably. No, it can't be. The city remains functional. After all these centuries, let us access the teleportation nodes. Cool interior structure. The city's defenses also seem operational. Destroy them if you must. That's a lot of angry heads things. Damn. Those things do damage when they die? Fucking sucks. That's not nice at all. The heat! It is almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon?
Ivalice the Gigas. Children of war, I am Ivalice. Come warm your hands on my fire.
So we fought a big water boss, now we get to fight a big fire boss.
Time waits for no one.
Whoa. Okay. Then he goes that way. Interesting. Ah, blocked him. You big bitch.
You cannot withstand my rage. Bound by the march of time forevermore.
Okay, so if he makes a chain with you, you gotta run away from him? Holy shit.
Rise, loyal minions, heed my call.
That's a lot of Gygussies.
Step into the inferno! Step into my hellfire! You are not yet ash and bone? All hands point to death.
Okay, so... that seems simple. All right. Okay, so things I'm supposed to like. Uh-oh. Okay, seems to be going very, very well.
Let your wrath might eclipse mine.
I've discovered another device. I'm not really sure what, like, it seems that when you get the chains on you, you're supposed to run into a corner, and everyone's supposed to run to their own corner. I'm not really sure what the chains actually represent, like what they actually do. The architecture here is similar to that of the lighthouse, yet something feels off. It is so thin. Multiples of 3, 3, 6, 9, 12, multiples of 4, concepts so simple a child, let alone architect sees defense work, or so one would think. I believe you succeeded in clearing another path. Chains freeze people, don't run it through people. Ah, I see. Okay. So you're supposed to just make sure you don't run it into others. These golems. I believe I know I know now where we are. Oh, they're waking up. I'm guessing if those manage to get up in time, they fucking suck to deal with. They got little legs. I've never seen this Ivalice. Is there a new one? This is the second step. Wow, that dude got fucking annihilated. What the fuck? Ancient clockwork device. Well, I assume those gotta go. Man, those golems just like fucking flattened half the like a portion of the group. Crude scrawling. A wise arithmetician once said the primes are the most lonesome numbers, so I say bollocks, and so on in eternity there are enough digits to start a fellowship. Oh, we have a math boss? Oh boy. I love math, he says nervously. The area's final line of defense is upon us. We must proceed with the utmost caution.
Warning, warning, entry prohibited.
Holy fuck, he hits hard. Okay.
Intruder alert! Readying variable weapon systems.
Alright, let's see if I can figure this out. Whoop. A construct cons begin to war. Initiating subject specific. Fuck me! Oh, damn it, I saw it coming a little too late. Ow. Where's Ray? Where's Ray? Where's Ray? Oh, I've got like no mana. HP penalty? Align vitals with specified multiples. Oh shit, what is my health? Oh my god, I don't fucking know, dude. Oh, 10. So I need to use 2. Oh shit. 7. Calibrate vitals to multiples of 4. So -3? Maybe? Or am I adding? Maybe I'm adding. Yeah, I think I'm adding.
Inaccuracy will be punished.
I'm assuming you're supposed to be doing math.
Re-education failed. Subject dis... blah 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 blah.
Ah! Tartarus has dragged us into a pocket dimension. The pads alter your HP, but do they alter by increasing it or decreasing it? That's the part I wasn't sure about. Oh, those are rockets. Apples Thermalist. Oh yeah, we've been having a fucking ball with this. He's dancing! The man's dancing on us.
Subject dismissal failed. Subject termination approved. Booting annihilation mode. Warning! Warning! Research staff evacuate to shelters immediately.
Alright, bring it on, you big bitch. I don't think so. You're not hurting my tank. Behold the infinite shield! Oh shit. The 4 circles adds to your HP.
Intruder alert. Readying weapons variable systems.
Bro, if you could just die, that'd be so great. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, I've been having a ball with this game. This is actually my 100th stream of Final Fantasy XIV. I just realized a little bit ago. Okay, he's doing subtract. Command, align. Okay. To primes? I don't even remember what a prime number is. Is 7 a prime number? Whatever. Entering safe mode. Systems offline. Hey, I only died once. That's not bad. That's not too bad. I only died once against him. And I didn't even die to the math part. I died to not realizing he was going to charge across the screen at me. There's no mistaking it. We're in the legendary clockwork city of Gog. Oh, this place is actually really pretty. Oh no, it's a dungeon boss with runes. I hate these. Alright, final boss of this particular part.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine.
My voice for him wasn't terribly off.
Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
King K. Rool's popping off! Alright, what's he gonna turn into? What even is that? It's like a praying mantis mecha dragon? Fuck?
The Empire is a cancer! And I am the barber's blade.
Yasmat.
I'll tear you limb from limb! Escape this!
I don't know what the portals on the sides are for, so hopefully I won't need to. These are
Agony and sorrow!
These are really cool design.
Your suffering is not yet over.
Holy moly, this dude has a shit ton of health.
You will know no mercy! Agony and sorrow!
I think I want to be in positive?
Escape this!
I think?
Agony and sorrow!
Yep, okay, I did that part right, that's nice.
Like a knife through butter!
Holy moly.
Your suffering is not yet
I ran the
over.
wrong way! Oh, I barely made that.
I'll tear you limb from limb!
Magnets, how do they work? I'm glad that part was, at least, in my opinion, intuitive.
Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure. You will not have mercy! Your suffering is not yet over.
Ow.
Agony and sorrow! I, Agamemnon, shall deliver the king's justice! Feel the wrath of my brothers!
He's about to do his big, like, spaz out attack. Ah! Oh my god, sweet Jesus. Oh! Ow, that actually looked like it really hurt. Oh
You
shit.
will pay for what you have done! With blood!
Where's my tank? Where's my tank? Okay, she's alive. That is the first time I've seen Alex die in a boss fight. Oh fuck. Oh! Bro, we're struggling. We're struggling.
Scream louder! I want to remember this!
Fuck me.
This is far from finished, Guardians! I will rush a knife through butter!
He's almost dead. Sweet fuck. What a fun boss, dude. This is probably one of the best bosses I have fought in ages. This guy's actually difficult.
Enough! Rush a knife through butter!
Didn't stop, made it pop. Down he goes!
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next!
Whew. That was a fight. Alright, let's close the doors. Hot damn! I genuinely think that is the first time I have seen Alex unintentionally killed. I only need one. And I got one? I got a card, right? Yeah, I did. So I'll pass on that, need on that. Nice. A Yasmat card. And I got a Legends of Ivalice poster. Neat. Got some goodies to walk away with. Oh man, I didn't even leave a body behind. Sadly, you need a home for the poster. All things in good time. Fine, I have plenty of storage. Oh, his necklace. Mother's necklace? But what is it doing here? Unless... Oh! Oh! The fuck was that? Well, I mean, he was kind of racist. I mean, man, that necklace zapped the shit out of him. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different. The craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Bagamdan's possession? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are! Auracite! Auracite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can't feel it, can't you, Hurdy?
Do you recall me telling you that Bagamdan considered the necklace special?
Hey, somebody fellow, good to see you. Oh, I love these art. I love this like concept art looking stuff.
It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Ralsler. He was to return it to Princess Ashila upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress.
A family keepsake. Of course. And each necklace, each Auracite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the Auracite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. I'm suspicious. From what we know of the Duma and the Autius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an Auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? But who could that have been? The Prince and Princess? Or the original Ramza? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the original Ramza. Ramza Beolov. Ramza Beolove. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lysalia and Gulg, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The Auracite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of their truth. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Marilla. Did he get possessed? Bro, did he get possessed by, like, the other Ramza? Because he's being very polite all of a sudden. Lady Marilla, since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better. He's acting completely out of character. My boy just got possessed. I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Ivalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Autius, we can finally prove. Is he going to be acting like himself again? Thank you, Dalcarius. I know not what came over me. He's acting weird. Yeah, almost like, what the fuck? Bro, are you good? Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Okay, he's back to normal. Alright, he's back. I will say, the math god was kind of funny. None of the math shit killed me. The only thing that killed me was the perfectly dodgeable attack I should have seen coming. Another adventure under our belts, eh, Dalcarius? I'd best put pen to page before the details fade. Thessalia, and now Golg. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexentale's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza, at Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. Yeah, the only thing I was struggling to figure out was like if it added to or subtracted, but it seems it always adds. And once I realized it was adding, it was fine. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seemed to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back to his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. I love how much fucking music they give you. That's cool. Alright. Greetings and salutations, Dalcarius. I suppose you are wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. Math ain't that hard. The good news is, he has. The bad news, however. Now, while it's not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description. So please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexentale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista away from inquisitive ears? Alright, we only have one more dungeon part to do. We got a good bit of dialogue we gotta chew through. Hey, Apples Romulus, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Sorry, it was 20 minutes ago, but I just now noticed it because I'm stupid. But thank you. So what's going on with Alma? The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, Dalcarius. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. What has happened with your daughter? I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Marilla. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken her toll on her fragile heart. She shouldn't be wearing that at this point. Alcarius, when did you... Alma! I'm fine, brother. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father. Now then, where were we? Ah yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Estesands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastra appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lasalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorana Cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above a fathomless chasm. Lasalia, Gog. What do they have in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There's no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest until I've revealed the truth of young Ramza's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor, Oren Durai, of the false accusations made against him by the church. Should we not see to Alma first? Kugane's Cherogians would have us believe she is in no immediate danger, as her illness is not one of the body but of the mind. To borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance. It merely requires time to right itself. Yes, Band of Goblins! Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice is and Final Fantasy XII, I think, is the inspiration for this raid. So it's based on that. Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of these meddlesome mole bats. He's back to his racist self. Though I must admit, both Mont Blanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would ever have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am the first in the field. Or was it the furthest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work and all you do is jest, Kupo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Herdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. Enjoying the Ivalice raid so far? Yeah, it's a nice, compact story, which is good. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma seems certainly pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. That necklace did something to him, I'm telling you. Or maybe he's just getting exposure therapy, who can say? Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Bilove. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Orin's testimony true and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then that I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Arasite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lysalia and Gog, the Lucavi. They are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles in the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifests from the deepest desires of men and women, whose minds had fallen prey to the Arasite. See, they're wish-fulfilling magic nukes. And with each confrontation, did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Orbone Monastery. Oh, I know this one! The Orbone Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lucavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Arasite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. Whoa! We're meeting the guy, Ultima? A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be the servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Considering how horrifying the Ultima weapon is, and its super ability, Ultima is, the guy Ultima is probably absolutely fucking horrifying. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Now, I'm pretty sure the weapon was named after her. Interesting. Oh, good, they're talking about it. What if this spell Dalkarius claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I have spoken with several Kalis back in Sharlayan regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they may have little to show for their research, They all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Allegans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge onto them. Not of this plane? What manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. Dramatic entrance, Sid. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Mikoto requested. Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer. No, this was far too important for that. I just realized Tarogians aren't time wizards. Yeah, no, it's basically an old English term for surgeon. So it's like the original form of the word surgeon from like older times. But healers, basically. If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Obone Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Marilla. The Durald papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zershele, several leagues southeast of Rabanastra. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zershele is not a name you will find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially one as large as Zershele is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by sand. The river we seek could be only one that which bisects Golmor on the Nakshian border. And for that invaluable information, we owe our thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. The location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain. Why, certainly! The verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Kupo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like those we've discovered in the Saliel and Gul. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that is why we are still here talking, instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight on how to reach the Obone Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Okay. Cyan, thank you for the super chat. There's a side quest. There's a side quest in this raid series. I do recommend doing it for the extra lore and flavor. Sure. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a bunga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Dalkarius to Dracia and bid I deliver him a message. I told him that he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista, so that he might deliver the message himself. The man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device was crafted to your exact specifications. I cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. What is that, girly? Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. He's got to go back to his toxic yaoi fanfic with Nero. I'm guessing I need to go to Kugane or Hingashi to get the side quest. I sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents. But first, I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genomus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of a mind fatigued. But the answer is clear. It is the Arasite that plagues her. Oh, it's on the airship. Okay, well, that's convenient. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with Theotius, well before even his first foray into Rabanastra. However, I do not think this is entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Arasite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Arasite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency in RR type harmonic vibrations, and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification, or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Otius has never resonated with Genomus. It has always been his wife's pendant, and its Arasite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Otius is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reason I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Arasite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those as we as witness in Argath or Bagamnan. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I explained all this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace. Yet not only did she refuse, she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the Otius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. The city below is all abuzz with a word of a Bongan brigand loitering about the airship landing. You think it could be someone we know, Kupo? Okay, I don't see a side quest yet, so maybe it'll appear a little later. What's up, Woggy?
Apologies, Dalkaris, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone.
Oh, don't you mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot.
Why you? What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now?
Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle. I thought a man as well traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some.
Golmore? You of all creatures should know that is Viralan. What are you offering then?
Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo.
I should have expected as much. Very well, Dalkaris. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well, seeing as you and the principal did right by us. I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanastra. We will travel in our airship. The Prima Vista will draw too much unwanted attention.
Let's go. If I remember correctly, that side quest appears after you finish this raid series. Oh, okay. Hi-ho, Silver! Away! Back to a life in Brigandy in the crowds, are we?
Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gijuk, Rinok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers.
And the occupying Guardians actually said yes, Kupo.
Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Dome and Liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the Ninth Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors.
Oh, the fourth Legion. That's not 10.
Remove one head, and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lenti's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you, and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you.
Get out of the frame! Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo.
Not you, Hemal! Him! Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Dalcaris. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. You have our...
Cole, got your tongue? Rabanastra dead ahead, lads. I have your what? I have your what?
This way. We've many moles to cover before nightfall.
It's alright, I'm dressed for desert weather. I like the architecture of this place. It's pretty cool, actually.
Damn! Damn!
Nice lingerie armor. Holy shit.
I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator.
And here, I thought he'd be taller. Why do people keep saying that to me? Listen, I could mating press you in a second. Don't tempt me. I knew it! Avira! I am Fran. proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Lentiz Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Why, yes, in fact, I am. Our kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few left who have left their homes, but I certainly did not expect one to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. Wow, they are giving you a lot of ass shots at this chick. This Bunga claims you seek Oberne. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Wagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Do you get unique dialogue if you play a Viera for this storyline? Yeah, you can play as a bunny person. And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you are not slaying an individual. You are slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart. You misunderstand! Kind Genomus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out.
General, there's no need for threats.
You're right, Bwagi. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the Resistance requires men and women from Doma and the Eorzean Alliance to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its Imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you. Or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the Resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldenard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbane. And what of the Lexan tales? See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? Promise me first my companions will see no harm. I will promise you nothing, but if it helps you sleep, know that I have never cut down a man who did not take up arms against me and mine, be he Garlean or Eorzean. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Bwagi, you and the Facilias are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received.
Yes, General.
Not that I expected to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, princess. Wait, is the princess alive? I thought she died. I feel like we have a lot of talking ahead if we're supposed to deliver demands like that. What an adventure, Kupo! Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Damascan Resistance! Not that I'm ready to give up on my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo! This woman asks much of us. The Vera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, the many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code, and will meet swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many of Vera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Vera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees, abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Dalkarius' sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. We'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the East Aldenar Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Don't put all this shit on my back. Oh, it's me calling everyone. I'm sure this is going to go over swimmingly. Vera have Icelandic accents? That's weird for a jungle faction. Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Well then, Dalkarius, what are we waiting for? I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end the 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or three of guild should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. Ah, suppose we should inform Bwagi down at the Kugane landing of our progress. You mentioned he was keeping an eye on us. Girl, we are asking some of the greediest motherfuckers we have met. Like, hey guys, you mind if we just, like, get some reparations from all the money you've been making? I'm sure they'll be very open to that.
So, you've an answer from the East Aldenar already. Impressive. It would seem that Lady Fran has underestimated your influence among the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then.
It's weird seeing crocodile men with hair. Like, you figured they'd just be like all scales, but they're like, nah, dude, they got beards. And bizarre haircuts. What if they were alligators? I couldn't care less. Croc scores with hair win. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it looks that good on them. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Dalkarius? Let's go. A lovely lady and a bunga. And here I was expecting you would be alone, Dalcarius. Ah, but excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hey, it's the girlies! And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is too far from the landing to... I guess they're here to represent the Alliance. Boagui, was it? I serve Lord Hian, rightful ruler of Doma, and I have come bearing my lord's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that to bear a message from the leaders of the Eosian Alliance.
Thank you both for coming. I am Boagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lente's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us?
I feel like this is going to be bad news. Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eosian Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Hingashi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear as if we somehow favor that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits. Yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. I mean, she's right. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eosian Alliance in their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial agreement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs. But as my good friend Dalcarius knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you that the Eosian Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance.
And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources.
Wait, how did you... Lord Hian sends his greetings to you and yours, and under normal circumstances, would welcome allies still suffering under the imperial yoke.
However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders.
You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastra.
The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one.
Doma as a fully fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers.
Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grips, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom.
You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Linte's tears. Am I correct?
Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step.
You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected.
Huh. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out.
You have my apologies, but this was all unnecessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you.
Wait! What about Golmore Jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased.
Sprint!
If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Delcaris on this wild Paisa chase? If she knew from the start, it would be for naught. Wagi mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures.
Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them. An experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a girl of younger of royal blood. Do you suppose? You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector.
The door was open.
And you would be? I would be here on orders from the leader of Linte's Tears. Against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings. Lady Fran, I presume. I'm Genomus Sen Lexenter, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in your meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort you are to be compensated.
That is most generous.
Alright, we got our guide.
The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramsa, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough. Brother, tell me, who are our guests?
It appears you once again prepare to leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Dalcaris. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so was Bagamnan. Ah, if you'll excuse me.
Did she just, like, tell him to shut up, or was she giving me the doe eyes?
Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition. Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There's no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name.
The Charlian had no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you?
Mother! That is what all this is about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice, or about the Orin name. No, you only seek to use the Arasite to bring Mother back.
Dun dun dun.
But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Arasite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you are saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk her life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you. It is too late. Ah! I told you! I fucking called it! I called this ages ago! I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rams. Alma! Well, that's not good. No! No! Gods forfend.
I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one!
Dacarius, here, take this. It might be the only thing that could save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery.
Why is the wizard staff so tiny? It was made in a rush, on a bit of a budget.
Come! We leave for the Golmore jungle, now!
Let's go get her!
Welcome to their jungle.
I have your permission to depart, Have I your permission to depart, Dalcarius? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she...
Of course, Ramza.
Then hold on. I've set the engines to full speed.
Let's go! Yeah, it's more a wand, yeah. I didn't realize she was gonna, like, brandish it like that. I thought she was gonna, like, stab it, like a big tooth thing. Those aren't jungle trees. That ain't what jungle flora looks like, and they know it.
Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma!
Ramza, you stay away from her. She wants both of y'all.
Ramza, help me.
Alma! Ooh, good throw. Be gone! Good job, everyone. Mission accomplished. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Alma! Ramza! Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised.
Holy shit, she scooped him up quick. What just... Yeah, she didn't want her. She wanted him. She yoinked his ass.
Wagui, to me. The girl is not well.
Ah! Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Okay, so Ultima can just, like, rip open fucking portals wherever she wants. It's him again.
Have you the courage to face true evil?
Spooky. What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo!
Now Ramza is gone. Oh, dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? We need to do something. But what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I am sorry, Denomus. My design was flawed.
You did your best, girl.
Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Ultius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift. It spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Dorai papers. Besides, tales of the High Serf existed far before even the earliest Ivalician legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Look!
I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo! Oh, am I gonna get an echo? Oh my god, we're getting an echo. Man, we haven't had an echo in ages. Alright, here comes the exposition dump.
Ramza, dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oren. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Delita. Merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Arasite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace is finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked his life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish.
What's an echo? It's like, it's a power a character has, and one of the ways it manifests is it lets us, like, see people's memories from the past.
Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Orban. My lord, wait! Azura Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior of light, might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then? No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Orin returned from Orban. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Hydaelyn herself did countless centuries past. Imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the Holy Stones and repeat the mistakes of those who come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No! Ramza should not be forgotten. He shall be raised up as a hero for his deeds, and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hydaelyn, and for those who would one day too heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice, and restore peace to this war-torn realm, once and for all. What do you think Andy will think of the Echo? Wait, Ramza! Don't leave me! Please, I beg of you! I think... Yeah, hold on. You will make a fine and just king, Delita. See you do not stray from that path. Ramza! Oof. They paid a heavy price. What do I think Andy will think of the Echo? Thank you for the super chat. I think he'll find it very funny because it's very similar to shit that he pulls in Lawhammer. The stones in these two necklaces. You are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza. "'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord." Orin, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his Temple Knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his Wait, wrong voice. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history. But like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered, and the truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin. But once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life... Oh. Those two were real close. Real close. Man, they really went for like the most fucked up, tragic 5D plan they could come up with. And it worked, but like, damn. Dakarius! I'm alright. 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? I hope Andy's prepared for how much fucking reading he has to do in this game. The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the dry papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Orin himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. Is Andy going to play Final Fantasy XIV? Yes, he is. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma? Unless there is something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure Dalkarius. It is his vessel the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats, Alma! How long have you been awake? I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General! It is all right, Borgi. My intention was to claim one of these Arasite in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Gallian occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with longer ears than mine, I always say. You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orbone Monastery and ask not in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmore and Rabanastra, people who may die if the High Seraph is allowed to return to power. So I was saying about the team bringing Matsuno for the raid storyline. He likes to write and write and write. I will say, the raid was moving at a really nice pace until we got to the third act. The third act of the raid
had way too much writing. Like, they could have cut that down by like a third. There was a lot of really unnecessary dialogue in that entire thing. I will say, rather critically. I was not as impressed by the third act of that as I was the first two. Would you believe they did cut the quest down? I can believe it. I will say, that's probably something y'all better buckle the fuck up for Andy to talk a lot about. Andy is probably gonna rip this game a new asshole for not being well edited and like being way too wordy. He's probably gonna take a massive shit on this game for being way too wordy. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. Last chance. Anyone coming with? Final check for Ivalice finale. I feel like that's just JRPG vibes. I understand that, but that doesn't make it immune to criticism. Just because a trope exists does not mean it's not bad. All right, the Orbone Monastery. Andy do be an editor. Yes, Andy is a editor. He's a very critical editor. I would add. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick while we're waiting. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but like during that last section, I was definitely feeling a little bit of like, oh, okay, come on, all right, come on, let's hurry this up. All right, while we're waiting, I can actually go do some quick questing for Beast Tribes. And granted, I think the raids suffer much more once you're like, if you're someone that's late to the game and you're playing through it in a lot of it in like single sittings. It's just a lot of dialogue. It is a staggering amount of dialogue that you're chomping through. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm having a good time with it. I think they could have communicated all of the information that they communicated with significantly less text. What am I looking for? Need more scrap, I think. I don't see it. What in the devil am I looking for? A real fixer-upper. Collect sheets of metal. I did get one. Where's the other one? Am I blind? Where is it? There it is. Jesus. Do we know what ending will stream? I have no idea, dude. Me and him chatted about it today. And I know he's already made like unique thumbnail art for it, which his looks way cooler than mine does because he's an actual artist and can make his own thumbnails. I have to like cobble mine together from bits and pieces of shit that I have lying around. I know he's looking forward to it. I think he's a little concerned, but he's mostly looking forward to it. Yeah, but like I said, or like I was saying before I stopped myself, I really think that if I was doing it live, it probably wouldn't feel as bad. No, and I'm not saying it felt terrible. Like, I'm not saying that I was like, oh, this fucking sucks. Like, I enjoyed that whole storyline. I feel like if those parts were split up with, like, you know, a week or a month or whatever it is between acts, it would feel much more straightforward, so to speak. Oh. Though I think the thing that made it so the thing that's weird about this raid compared to like the others, which I remember the others were very, very wordy as well. But the thing that was weird about this one was that the first part felt like it moved at a really good pace, and then part 2 also felt like it moved at a really good pace. Like, it even had kind of the goofy quest where you had to go, like, help the Moogle and then come back, which kind of felt like a time waster. But, like, other than that, it still moved at a really nice clip. The third act, for whatever reason, just felt really slow compared to the other two. Like, I thought the first 2 acts of this raid were actually some of the best of all the raids I've done, and they moved along at like a really good feeling tempo. And then all of a sudden we hit the third part and it was like, oh! And streaming makes it worse. Streaming makes it 1,000 times worse. That is also, I 100% agree on that. Maladal, I could not agree more. If I didn't have to verbally read out everything that was being said, and I could just read it, I could read very fast and could just like fly through it all. Oh my god, like that would be... it would not bother me at all, to be honest. The fact that I have to read it all out, I think is the part that makes it like, oh, come on. I'm curious how Andy's going to handle the game. As far as, like, I don't know if he's gonna, like, read everything. Like, if he's gonna read all the text, or if he's just gonna kind of, like, surmise it. Or, like, react to it. I'm actually quite curious what... how he's gonna tackle that. Yeah, I'm sure if I wasn't streaming, it would literally not bother me in the slightest. Because I'm streaming, it is much more noticeable, admittedly. Well, we're not doing anything while we're waiting, so we might as well go start on our, why don't we go start on Pugilist while we're hanging out? So we're not doing anything else. Because knowing this game, the millisecond I start a cutscene, it's gonna go, oh wait, no, it's time to go. That's just how this game be sometimes. Steps of Fall. Steps of Nald? Where the fuck am I going? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'll just run over there. It's pretty close. So you should deliberately start a cutscene to trigger it? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna waltz my big booty over here, and I'm gonna start the Pugilist storyline. The game's gonna go, wait, no, it's quest time, it's quest time. Because that's how it works. The Pugilist Guild. Look at every bit of pugilist, son. Now the learning can commence for your first lesson. Invite? Wait, was Ray gone? Son of a bitch. Hold on. For your first lesson, I want you to test your fledgling skills against the vermin of Thanalan. Get out there and put down 3 marmots, 3 hornets, and 3 shrews. Return here when the deed is done. Now, this goes without saying, but I expect you to fight using the horror I just gave you. Counts for naught if you skewer the beasties with a spear and fry 'em with the spells, eh? Everyone switch to relevant career real quick. Oh, I say as I'm in the wrong career. Oh. Monastery. There we go. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Sorry, you said Andy will really like the Heaven's Word, the strongest sword. Do you think he'll like dislike about a Realm Reborn based on blood? I think he's probably gonna really hate how much of a Realm Reborn is just time wasting bounce quests where you're just like bouncing back and forth endlessly between like the same 2 or 3 fucking people. I suspect that is probably not going to impress him very much. However, I also think that he is going to... Oops. No, I need to eat eggs. I think he'll enjoy Gaius. I think he'll like Gaius a lot. I'm curious what he'll start as. Yeah, pray thee return to the waking sands. I'm sure it's gonna get old real fucking quick. And he's probably not gonna like PvP? No, he's probably not gonna like PvP. Sign, I wonder if Andy will end up committing to doing every single yellow quest in the game as well. He did say he's a completionist. Me and him were chatting about it. I don't think he necessarily realizes what being a completionist means in this game versus literally every other game in existence. Being like a completionist in this game is literally suicide. it is a form of mental illness. Unlike other melee classes, pugilist weapon skills are used to cycle through unique battle forms, which dictate the flow of weapon skill combos. Many pugilist weapon skills will either change your form upon execution or require you to be in a certain form to execute. There are also weapon skills which grant damage bonuses when executed while in a certain form. The 3 forms are as follow: Raptor, Coral, and Oppo Oppo. By successfully changing your form from Oppo Oppo to Raptor to Coral, precisely in that order, you will be granted an increase to attack potency as well as additional effects based on the other weapon skills executed. Swiftly flowing from one form to the next as situated demands is key to become proficient in the art of might. Okay, so it's kind of like ninja in a sense. You started fisting, I see? Yeah, I'm gonna fist every one of you fuckers. I'm gonna fist y'all so good and so hard. You'll never forget it. It'll be a life-changing experience. But I don't know. I could be completely wrong, and Andy could love everything. Or he could hate everything. I have no idea. I don't know what makes Andy happy. Sometimes I do, but I don't trust myself to give an accurate evaluation on that. Monk tutorial's old. It's really not that complicated. You say that like any of the Realm Reborn ones are complicated. Alright. Back to see the boss man. Andy gets all of the relic weapons. If he... Guys, I don't think Andy's gonna... I mean, Andy's already 50. That's... I don't know if we could... I don't know if we should ask for such horrible things. Ah, you're back. And none the worse for the exertion. Youthful vigor is a truly blessed thing. If you want to become strong, you mustn't neglect your training. Indeed, a pugilist is only as good as the number of strikes he's dealt. So get out there, Dalcarius, and let your fists fly. When the time is ripe, I'll teach you something new. There's no limit to the potential of youth. I look forward to seeing you come into your own. Ha ha ha. You've been training hard, Dalcarius. I can tell by the lightness of your steps and the strength in your fists. I reckon you're ready for your next lesson. But before we begin, some warming up's in order. For this, I've scattered some gil across Ulda. I want you to run around the city and pick it all up. Now, that's my money lying out there, so I want you to go about it like there's an Amalja war band on your heels. In other words, I want you to sprint. Of course, you can't go on sprinting indefinitely. The body needs to rest a while after each burst of speed. This may sound elementary, but I'm telling you this to demonstrate a point. As a pugilist, it's essential that you learn to pace yourself in a fight, else you're liable to get worn out. And when that happens, the fight's as good as over, and you'll be sorry if you had to bet on yourself. My man trusts Ulda an awful lot to just like throw his money around. Why does it give such a big area to search? That's rude. Oh, there it is. Realm Reborn's relics are batch of getting one. Yep, I got one, and I'm like, that is all I need. I got my one.
I love the dancing Mikote girls. I want to have my own troupe of dancing Mikote girls. Oh, we need to go this way. I've got no pants. Hey, let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for the grand finale. The Orbone Monastery. This is looking a bit more jungly. What? Replenish. Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else deal with that. Harpies! My sisters will not allow this. Unless. Those harpies are very dense looking. Those are some, like, fat chickens. Like, those harpies have put on some weight. Monastic Ghost. Oh, for a second I was like, oh, a Reaper like used an ult or something. It's like, oh wait, no, somebody summoned that. Impressive! Perhaps you are deserving of these accolades. Do you have an answer for this mist? Or is it ether? Just joined the stream. Sounds like Andy's gonna be playing 14-2. He is indeed. Scion bribed him into it. Only the names of these ruins live on with my people. We have no knowledge of their past, nor do we wish it. Trespass into the monastery is avoided except for when necessary. Oh, this is really cool architecture. Oh, ahead, I see someone. No, something. My name is Mustadio Bunanza, and all paths lead through me. That is a fucking Gundam. Ow! The realm of the machinist.
Run, like rocks in the castle. What's this?
How he talks. Nothing I can't fix. Whoa.
I see you.
Lucid dreaming, please.
You shall promise. The promise won't save you from what comes next.
I love when the bosses talk. Oh, this looks bad. Oh my god, this boss has a cutscene! He's got a sniper rifle! Oh, Jeebus.
Let this be your final testament.
Fuck! Oh, I think I was supposed to face away from him, not towards him.
And where might you be off to?
Ow. And he's putting down mines.
We're just warming up.
The worst thing about dying is I lose all my fucking MP.
I am a man of my word.
I don't know what he's doing, but I don't like it.
I rarely miss. What's next? Run like rats in a casket. Victory is not so close as you think.
Oh, this is gonna be spicy.
You're making this too easy.
You're making this too easy.
I see you.
Okay, so I need to...
Let this be your final testament.
Okay, yeah. I did it right. I did it right. I learned. Look at me. I'm a big boy. I learned. What the fuck? Everybody just died.
You have proven yourself deserving of the title. So be I brave. With this, my journey can, at long last, come to an end.
Wow, that last part was really painful. The last time I was here, the only thing watching over the whole... what was it? The last time I was here, the only thing watching over these stones was deafening silence. To be that guardian rose from its slumber upon sensing your master's aura sight. When the Empire marched upon Rabanastra, and many who lived in the desert fled east to the sanctuary of the jungle. Some who were not turned away by my sisters are said to have taken refuge here. The bewildered youth guides your fate. Would have you Oh no, this is somebody else.
But have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
There, another Lucavi. It appears to be a knight, but how?
Have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Got some pointy ass feet. We got some kind of new skill.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as steel. Father!
I like how that was a painfully obvious mechanic and like half the party didn't do anything. They're just like, yeah, whatever, if it hits me, it hits me. If I die, I die. Oh yeah, Alex, your internet is struggling, huh?
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed! Seven shadows cast, seven fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone!
I guess you have to use the sword to break the crystals.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
That's a lot of big scary words, lady. No, I forgot to shield. Didn't actually do that much damage, to be honest. Oof. Well,
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much? Divine light, send us from our sins!
oh, this
Gaze
looks like it's
deep
gonna hurt.
into the light! They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
She's almost dead.
On guard! Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
My Ovelia awaits. So are these all like characters from the original game? I assume that's what they are.
She was a knight most noble, and her sacrifice will not be forgotten. My sisters will want to know much of her tale, I believe. The path ends here, but for that arcane circle, do you believe it's some sort of gate? Something feels different than the monastery above. Otherworldly.
Oh, this screams like Elden Ring.
Can you not feel it? An evil elixir, one far beyond our kin.
Oh, this is like the Book Lord. We lost Tankaroo. Man, this dude loves spamming AoEs. Nice, good job, team. Kanako, good to see you. How you doing, man?
This Guardian is not like the first two. We must tread with care lest our journey meet a premature end.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. Or perhaps you serve another.
The Thunder
I
God?
am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here.
You're a big boy. Oh, this seems like it's gonna be a motherfucker. Granny's Girthy Gumbo. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Alright, what's the Thunder God got on offer? It's like a big dragon man thing? Oh no, it's just like his like loincloth has claws. So it begins.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
Oh!
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder.
He has such a cool voice.
7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold. Yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching. Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more.
Well, this dude's awesome.
To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel.
Ow, ow. Okay, I have to get in close for that one.
To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell.
Ooh, Hawk, you gotta keep moving. Ah! Oh my god, he's a big boy. Everyone has to fight their own version? Oh my good god. Shit. Oh, somebody got him. Okay.
I have been called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance. And now the scales will tip.
Oh my god! That is fucking insane, dude. He literally just shatters the stage. Oh, jeepus. What a badass.
Come, show me more. A piteous display.
Well, man's like, you think I give a fuck? Warrior have let my ass.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Oh no, we lost Alex again.
Escape is not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come.
Oh, I see. That's spooky. Fuck! He really likes obliterating health bars.
Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
I will say, as a healer, this boss keeps your ass busy. Oh, I died. Fuck, dude.
The clouds have parted, and the skies cleared. It is time I bade you farewell.
Whew, boy, what a boss.
The mist I sensed before the ether, its flow is much stronger now. It's almost as if the Guardians were preventing something from escaping. The ether grows thick. She whom we must seek must lie beyond this threshold.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power?
Hello, Ultima.
That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.
Ooh, she's like a plant monster growing out.
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens. Kneel before me. Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
I don't like that she's throwing crystals on the ground. Oh! Okay, lesson learned.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Oh shit! She summons the other bosses?
Kneel before me. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
God damn it, I walked right under it.
Death awaits defiance.
Holy shit, there's so much going on. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Ooh.
Bear your steel.
Oh, the heroes are here. Nice.
Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene.
Bro, I do not like what... I don't like that she's pulling like a Pennywise right now.
I am the only god.
Will this be a Zainter Slash Demon? Honestly, dude, I have no fucking idea. It'd be bad, that's what. Bro, look at Ramza go!
Few can claim to have endured the might of my will.
Oh, she's got a face in her coochie. That's gross. Bro, what?
Denizens of the
Man, she's got a whole
abyss,
second
from
face.
ink of blackest night, I summon you. Kneel before me.
My eyeballs.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before
Okay, she's
me.
throwing down this fucking garbage again. How the... I guess you can't avoid all of them, you just have to avoid, like, multiples.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you. denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
And she really likes summoning little angel hellion versions of herself.
Bend to my will.
Oh! Oh, jeez. Run, 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 run. Ah!
Kneel before me.
What the fuck is even happening? Bring her down! Bring her down! Bring her down! Bro, she doesn't even die at 0.1%. What the fuck?
I see it now.
Oh.
In you.
Whew! Bro, what?
I am your mother. I am your maker. I am Ivalice. Consign me unto darkness, and your light will be forever lost.
We'll take our chances. I will say that raid is by far the most fun. Because those mechanics, the mechanics for her and the Thunder God are bonkers. Bonkers, but like in a really good way. We did it! Hooray! Party pick. Oh, I gotta cast Needle on all this shit. I already have that. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take a quick pick. That looks like a good view. How do you take a picture? /G pose. Oh my good god, there's so much information here that I don't care about. How do I... Oh god. It's hard to get like a good pose. Oh. Ooh. 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 Whoop, 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 whoop. A little further back. Whatever, I'm not gonna finagle too much over it. How do I take the picture? This camera, hide display settings is R. Back out. How do I back out? Reset is Z. No. How the fuck? Escape. Oh. Okay, hold on. Get together, goose. Oh, okay. Is everyone in generally the same spot? Okay. And then it's /G pose. That's better. All right. And then what's the picture to no, not portrait mode. What's the picture to actually... Oh, I can stop each character individually. Okay. You stop there. Yeah, I think I can do a little better. What? Do the thing again. Why'd you stop? Oh, there it goes. Good enough. Can I, like, drag you? Good enough for me. All right, and then we want to move the camera a little bit this way. Oh, he's a little off center, but is there a way to like drag him over a bit? Or is it just based on our positions? I might just have to give up and take the picture. That requires illegals. Damn. All right. Well, we'll make do with the best we can. Did it take the picture? Was that the picture noise? It sounded like a picture noise. Good enough for today. That's in the screenshot folder. Okay. Good enough for today. We'll master pics another time. How was it? That raid? Excellent. Those bosses are excellent, excellent, excellent fun. He's awake, Kupo! But is it truly him? Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid.
The big man himself. And you have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. And you, bearer of my blood and blood of House Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Hydaelyn's bosom, that we may finally rest. Farewell. You are the true heroes of this story. Delita, how I have missed you, old friend. Forgive me, Ramza. You deserved better than what history I gave you. I could have done more. I'm truly sorry. These countless centuries I long for the day that we might meet once again. And now, the time has finally come. Hydaelyn beckons us both. Is that bird the Chocobo, the Warrior of Light? Nah. The Chocobo Warrior of Light was back during the Omega raid. Alpha was the Chocobo Warrior of Light. I've started Eureka. I haven't finished Eureka, but I have started it. I intend to finish Eureka for at least one of the weapons. We'll probably start doing some more Eureka here pretty soon. I'm so sorry, Ramza. Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life. All the while you two were standing before me. You find it in your hearts to forgive your father. It is all right. We are still here, are we not? And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Ivalice existed. Ramza existed. And Orin Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son. We needn't burden ourselves further. But father, We cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain... And we will not. Yet simply not in the manner you think. I shall be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ramza the Forgotten Hero and his chronicler, Orin Durai, smote the Angel of Blood and saved Ivalice from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. And of course, I shall not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble would have surely perished. Is that what you truly want, Father? For the story to end? It will only end on stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Delita and Oran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon, which would lead future generations to the truth about the founding of their kingdom. They were right, and just as the pendants guided us, now we shall guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. Oh, shoot. I forgot there was a thing I wanted to do today. And I bet I missed it, and that's on me. Fuck, I feel like an idiot. Oh well, that's life. I would offer you my thanks again, Takarius. But thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Perhaps after I complete the Zodiac Brave story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and his adventures across the 3 great continents. I forgot they were putting up hotel blocks today for Offkai, and I was gonna try and jump on that right as it happened. And I completely blanked on it, and I bet they're all sold out already. Oh wow, it like instantly sold out. Okay, never mind. Well, I needn't have bothered then. Never mind, I don't feel bad then. Sounds like it's a mess. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Akarius has enough battles under his belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Would you stop doing that, Sid? And his tale is far from over, isn't it? Oh, that bassoon is jamming. Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. Positions, everyone. Yes, Principal. Lights, music. There will be no mistakes from you two, am I clear? Mother crystal clear, Kupo. They're going to perform the new final act? Begin! Oh, please don't make me have to voice act this entire play. Whatever will we do? The church has branded us heretics. No home awaits us in Ivalice. We shall embark on a journey together. I'm just gonna read fast because I don't trust this. Together. The crystals call's been answered and the evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin. Free? But how? By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family, And unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. In sword etched is his fading memories. In stone he tempered his skill. By sword attested, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. Bravo! Bravo! You were both wonderful. I'm inclined to agree with the Lady Marilla's sentiments. But there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. Again? I've had enough of this. I was promised a starring role, Kupo. It isn't my contract. Oh, hush, brother. Before Genomus has us back to polishing boot buckles again. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in the Clockwork City of Gold. What do you mean, meanwhile? What are these Garleans up to? That's that guy again. Well? Noah von Galbraith. Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion. But preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bears striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their bubbles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. Who the hell? What is that outfit? A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway to the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this Tartarus, wouldn't you all agree? Wow, that doesn't bode well. Goodbye, everyone. I hope the new act was to your liking, but it may still change, seeing as we have yet to finish our rehearsals. I believe Father's another masterpiece on his hands. I've always admired my father, but never more than I do now. Finally, I've come to understand why it was so important for him to tell the tales that he did, even though those actions did drive him from his home. Still, I worry that we may never find our place here in this foreign land. Our voices may never even be heard. Everything we knew is gone, everything we worked for behind us. The people of Arthur and Aldenard accept us for what we offer in spite of who we were? Will they flock to our stage to hear our stories? Will they laugh at our jests and weep for our losses? I know it's childish to fret over such matters, but perhaps I am still a child, desperate for the acceptance of strangers. Despite the fact I am already accepted by my friends and family. Something happened that day I laid my hands on my mother's necklace. My father would have me believe it was the hero Ramses Arasite, the Virgo. It dispelled the fear and hate in my heart and replaced it with love. I would like to believe that it was not only the Holy Stone, but me, growing up, journeying to a new land, meeting new people, learning of new cultures and customs. These things ignited a flame inside me, a flame of change. You, Monblac, Herdy, Mikoto, Master Sid, Wagi, Fran, even Lena. You have all helped fan that flame that may rise to a conflagration to burn the old Ramza, leaving what stands before you now. My father once spoke of one day authoring a play that would chronicle your adventures. I believe I would tell him to abandon that endeavor, or I wish to author it myself, that is if you will allow it. I welcome him any time, Dalcarius, and I hope that you will take the time to visit and tell us more of your deeds. I shall be waiting.
Jesus Christ! I was gonna talk to all of them. I'm not gonna talk to all of them now. Maybe later. Maybe another time. That was way more dialogue than I wanted. It was like, oh my god, stop talking.
Well, wasn't that an adventure, Dalcarius? It's sad to think we must soon part ways, but with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Genomnus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly, he has already received petitions from hundreds of Geico and Guinan to join the company. And then there is the matter of my assignment. You'll be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write an expose when battling off forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. Alright, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kugane a while longer. At the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell! Oh! Oops.
Alright, I see the bonus side quest. I'll go knock that out real fast, just so we can say we've kind of like finished. The random guy you saw was an actor in the stage troupe who spy all along. The Wandering Dramaturge. It's technically a side quest, so I'm not going to use voice act. I'm just going to read it. There's few so loath to take their time than venturers without a rest. For shorn of work to give them worth, they soon become a source of mirth. See, I've struck a chord with you, my friend. My colleagues tell me that if one in this land ever needs an item fetched, that you are the man to speak to. I find this philanthropic compulsion fascinating, and so in the interest of research into my next play, let's say I seek to put said compulsion to the test, assuming you're game, of course. Bring me a bottle of wine. Ah, but not just any wine. Make it rose-themed, and make it Eorzean. I've had my fill of the bitter blends offered here in the East. Where to start? Oh, if only there was some port where thirsty Eorzeans went for their wine. You would surely be speaking there with this foremost blind Lullafellan vintner, not here with me. Is this quest long? Like, is it like a long side quest, or is it pretty straightforward? Like, pretty short. It's an optional side quest that requires a cooking item in the end. I can't cook. Soy and spice, sprinkled with a subtle sucon of the steppe. You have traveled far, my friend. What is it you seek here in Wineport? Blah, 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 blah. A rose-themed wine. You would be hard-pressed to find a wine that did not display some hint of rose, so we can assume that your client was not referring to a desired bouquet. Perhaps a name or a label or a bottle. Yes, I do seem to recall a certain vintage rosé sold... Oh, certain
vintage rosé sold in crystal bottles with a single red rose on the label. Alas, I have nothing as rare in my personal stock. As for as who might, well, there's always buyer Gliant, I suppose. I mean, it's the only side quest for this, so it's like, eh. Following on Culture Full would select a wine based solely on its bottle. As it happens, however, said Full would be undeservingly rewarded with one of Vilebrand's best wines, were he to select a vintage Sud Vianja. Not that your client would have the palate to properly appreciate its depth and complexity. But let us dispense with the pretense. You are the fool in question. Do not bother to deny it. Fool has aimed too high. One of your standing could have live 1,000 lifetimes, still not amass the wealth required to purchase even an empty bottle. Oh, price is no object, is it? Ha! Even if I believed you, and I do not, I have a reputation to uphold as a vintner and a viticulturist. Were my clients to learn I was peddling the choice of my collections the likes of you, they would never do business with me again. Like how he's just a massive wine snob. Bah, alright, just to see the back of you, I shall do you the kindness of directing your steps onto one who might take pity on your plight. So he does not find amusement in Master Gigiruju of Costa del Sol. It's always him. But do not tell him I sent you. This is the thing they cut out of the Ivalice quest chain. Oh, I see. Scion, thank you so much for the super chat. With Ivalice pretty much done now, there's only 2 pieces of Stormblood post content left, not including the beast tribes of Doman Enclave restoration. All that's left is Hildebrand, the Forlord trial nonsense. Good shit. No one has answered my question if this quest has a very few steps or many steps. Now, Kairos, it's always a pleasure, and I do mean that. My ladies informed me you come inquiring after a bottle of Sud Vianja, but I told them they must be mistaken. Not even you would be foolish enough to think you could... Oh, you are serious? Ah, ha 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 ha. Now, Kairos, you do realize one could purchase an entire estate in the mist for the price of a single bottle, or 5 estates for the price of 5 bottles, which happens to be the number of bottles of Sud Vianja I have in my collection. Now, I'm not an unreasonable man. Let none say the venerable Gigiruju does not value friendship as deep as the one you and I have forged. So my boundless generosity offers you the opportunity for a trade. A bottle of vintage Sud Vianja for a mere magnum of fine Dalmascan. Never heard of the stuff, and I thought I was talking to a fellow connoisseur. I pitied the poor vintner back in Wineport who will have to educate you. Until then, my friend, my offer stands. Ah ha 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 ha. I'm willing to do like 2 more steps, and then I am calling it a night. In fact, you know what? No, I'm just gonna call it a night. We're in a town, we're resting. That is a perfectly good stopping place for this evening. We'll finish this quest at the start of next stream. Oh my goodness, thank you all so much for coming to hang out with me tonight. I deeply appreciate it. Hawk, do we have a final number for today? I know we didn't get a ton of super chats and stuff, but we got some. Yeah, Total War tomorrow as well as Lorebeards. Yeah, tomorrow is busy. Alright, well, you know what? I'll update it off stream. Anyway, I cannot thank you all. Oh, no, you have it right there. Okay. 6398. 6398.54. Thank you all again infinitely. I cannot express how deeply humbled I am and appreciative of all the support. It means the absolute world to me, and I really do lack the language to convey how much all of this support is going to be really helping me, especially just amidst a lot of things that have built up over the last few months. So thank you all so much. I'm exhausted, so I'm going to go to bed. I will see you all for Lorebeards tomorrow,
where me and Andy are going to be building an R. Ulrich, is what we're doing tomorrow. So that should be kind of fun. We're gonna build a custom R. Ulrich because there's barely any of them. So we're gonna have fun with that. But I hope you all have a lovely evening, or morning, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm gonna take us to the outro screen, and I'm gonna try and find someone to raid. But Ivalice is done. Good night, y'all. Guys, we're raiding Inari. Please wish her a happy birthday because she's doing a birthday-thon. So when we get over there, please wish her a happy birthday. Do it. 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 Please. Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Good night.